clear that throat there. How we doing? Hopefully you guys are having a good day. Had a good weekend. It is time for the mic and the levels. It's the levels and the mic time, don't you know? All right, let's get to it, team. Boom. Hopefully you guys had a great weekend. Flew right on by. Now here we go. Crazy week 2. Last Thursday and Friday flew right on by. I mean, honestly, Friday was just crazy how fast it went by. Now today we have a lot of tickers to look at. I'm going to get to this to a 3-minute time frame. Been looking at it for quite a while now. It's starting to crack this sandwich here. Now, if you want to put the line down a little bit more, we can put it down like right there, right? Well, you can tell this area, this is the main support. So I said earlier, watch for a dip buy at 4 for AQST. Your only other new movers that are running are FUSC, SWVL, and DKI. We have some other movers this morning as well, but they're just not doing anything as of now. Of course, I'll keep my eye on them to see if they do later. Pop up possibly or move. And that's the thing, again, this kind of goes back to one of those days where we have a lot of different tickers to look at. And so I think the main ones that we should be looking at are right here, with those back burner plays being, ELPW is just crashing away. So I don't know that ELPW will be one of those today. Obviously, that was kind of a crazy, which we'll look at in a minute, risky play on Friday. It was just one of the things you got to read the momentum and learn how to trade those plays. If you know how to trade them, then you can. And today, still a lot of good movement. It was completely dead until 3 a.m. where most traders can trade. 3 a.m. my time, 4 a.m. Eastern. And we popped from 4 straight to 750, that 725 area. Come right back on down in the same average. Cool. And then it came flying right back on down to 720 area. And then kind of channeled out to the right and then cracked from there. I mean, I should say 720, 420 area. So we went from 420 up to 720. We'll call it 750 is what it truly hit, though, in that area. Then right back down to 4 where it came from. What's up, Aussie chick? VHub what's crazy, it looks very similar to what VHub's doing this morning, just the way the chart's coming in. Anyway, we'll go through these plays, though. I don't like any, and TCGL, I don't see any price action. I don't see anything on the news either, though. Is it like halted, pending news? I don't know. I don't see any news on it, though. There's no volume on TCG. It's really weird. So let's go through the levels. Let's go through the plays. Holy haze. All right, let's go to the top mover I like, at least as of now, which is AQST. It's got two areas where we had old resistance became new support. So we had the first pop up this morning. 1 minute time frame really shows the tail there for the first pop up. We didn't quite have it. So we popped up kind of out of nowhere from 3 to around 330. Came back down to even 280 for lows in pre-market. But then we shot up past 375. When we came back down, we bounced at 335. Almost a high of day originally, which was at 330. So that's letting me know old resistance has become a new support. And then we truly did it. When we go to new high of day, we pop over 4. And that old resistance around 360s or so became support. And so it held for a while, made a W with the new high of day. Now we're seeing that one last time. It's not nearly as strong, though, although last time it did take this long. I mean, it looks very similar to last bounce. The last bounce is probably taking a little longer. Last bounce that came down at 750 Eastern and kind of went up around 807, 805, 810. This one came down at 31 after on the dot, and now we're at 49. So you get my point. It takes about 20 minutes and has that kind of W-ish weird shape to it. Holding old resistance new support at 4 now. So on the way up, we have 420 resistance, and then over that, we really start getting strong at 440 into 445. Support I have at 4, 360, and then 335. Over 445, 450-ish area in pre-market high. Where can we run to? Watch for a move up to 480, 485. Over that, we go just over 5 to 520. Over that to 550 area. And over that, somewhere soaking into the 575 mark. Now, over 575, I don't think I really see anything clear, but boy, oh, I do see 650 is what I was going to get to. And 650 and 665, very strong resistance. In my opinion, AQSC is going to be a slower mover today. Its float is about 100 mils, what it's showing on Trade Idea. So it's, to me, it can maybe get poppy at times, but this to me is going to be your more slow and steady Eddie type of play. It's getting heavy here on the 4 and the VWAP. It's been riding up pretty much the VWAP all morning long if you look at that. Under 4, watch for a crackback. First down to 390 to 380 area, and then fully down to that 365 mark. Man, Monday is always a struggle. right, just making sure we're not missing anything. We're not. We're not. The next big mover up today would be DKI. DKI is actually up the most at 230%. If you remember on Friday and after hours, it just was a barn burner after what was it, ELPW did. So it went from 25, 30, 30, I guess it's 35, 35 cent area to 185, all in the matter of about 35 minutes. So just huge barn burner mover. And so since then has built in some strong resistance at 1. It finally got over 1, and then now it's built it at 120. And if you go back to Friday, once we cracked 120, we had a reversal right at 115, 120, and we never got back over it. So 120 resistance, then 140 into 150. Over 150, that's when we run up to that 175, 185 corridor. Probably would be a great double top potential if it gets back up there. Now, over 185, now maybe somehow if this does continue to run, or in future days could go. We do have a little bit of a gap to fill here. Let me make sure this on the daily. Yeah, we have a little bit of gap to fill up to 3s. So over that 185 mark, there's really nothing at around 325. So keep your eye on that because it's a newer IPO play. Back in October, had a huge crash from 11s all the way down to 150. So the old support floor would be right around 335. So we'll keep that on watch just in case we do get that multi-day run out of it. All right, the third gainer let's go over to is Fuse. Fuse, FUSE, finding some nice double top resistance right around the 260, 265 area. Is on a trend line up right now. The trend line starts right around the 8:25 mark Eastern time, right around 190, rolling on up. Right now, my trend line is right around 240. So right below that's the VWAP in 230, and then below that we have the dip at 220. Under 220, watch for the crack back down. 220 area, watch for the crack back down to 2. Under 2, we go down to 170. So we have built up 170 support, 195 support, we'll call it, and then 215, 220 support. On the way up, 260 to 265 resistance. If we get over 265, where do we run to? Watch for a move to 3, and then 325. Also a new IPO play. No, it's not. My bad. My bad. Oh, it is. It is new IPO play. I thought it was. So this is a new IPO play. So over pre-market high, watch for a run. Again, run. I see a little bit at 280, but then for sure see some strong resistance at 320, 345, and then could run up into that $4 mark. FUSE. SWVL is another one to keep your eye on this morning. SWVL here. There's a couple others that are popping up, but this one may get that double top look. We got resistance at 270. We'll call it 275-ish or so into about 285. Over the we're really even strong at 265. So this got some strong resistance start. I'll call it from 265 to 285 strong. If it does get over 285, watch for a pop up to 320. And then that 345, again, another one of these plays that could see a double top fill. So watch for that to 345. Back down below 235, watch for a crack down to 210. So under 235 to 210. There are a lot of plays that have popped up and cracked down. CISS is one of them. SXTP has just completely got annihilated. What was the other one? VHub's another one that came down horribly on Friday, and it's only up this morning because of where we closed on Friday. It's down horribly so far this morning. So watch for those to pop up, especially maybe VHub. Of course, go back to old support, new resistance area for VHub, which would be 1230, and then the real floor is strong at 1280 into 1290 area. Up above that, then watch for a pop up to somewhere right around 15 to 1550, strong resistance there. Oh, there's that pull back down the floor. Okay, cool. Let's go to previous runners here. Our previous runners roll first with BNAI, still running from last week. Could be a good crack today. Watch us back under 22.10. Under 22.10, I have no lines in. So the only thing I see, I'll use a little bit from past chart history at 20. So under 22.10. Watch for a move back down to 20.50 and under 20.50 down to 19. Under 19, my lines are all the way down into the $16, $15 area. On the way up, enemy pop on up. We have resistance at 25. Over 25, watch for a pop up to 26.40, 26.35, and over that, then we run to 27.75. Over 27.75, watch for a pop into the $30 area. Could even get a higher than that. If we get over 30, that's where this thing could start to get parabolic. Maybe moves to the mid to high 30s. All right, let's go to the other crazy mover from last week, TCGL. It's not moving this morning. I'm not seeing any news on it for whatever reason. There's no volume, though, either. So if someone could fill me in, please send a link. I have no idea exactly what's going on with TCGL. I don't see anything on it so far this morning, and there's no volume on it either. So I don't know exactly what's going on. I don't see anybody alerting TCGL and what could be going on with it. So just keep an eye on TCGL. Key levels for it are 165 under that. Under 165 for TCGL. Watch for a crack down to 130. Could see a good short under 130 area. Watch for a move down to around 110. And under 110, we go down to 90. On the way up, over the 220 mark, this thing is going to pop into around 250. And over 250, it goes to 350. And over that, could see another crazy move. ELPW, Friday's crazy runner here. It's still rocking and rolling and got plenty of volume this morning. Back under 235. Watch for a crack down to right around 190-ish area. Under 190, watch for the move down to around 160. And take this with a grain of freaking salt as this halted all over the place on Friday. Under 160, watch for a move down to 135. On the way up here, resistance is going to be at 275. We're at right now. Over that, watch for a pop to 330. Over 330, we then go to 365. Over 365, we go to 420. 420 going to be the main gatekeeper if this goes parabolic again. Over 420, watch for a pop to 5. And over 5, could see a move up to 6. Then over 6, we go to pre-market high in 735. Over that, then boy, oh, just strap the boots on again. And that's it for small caps. I'd say right now we have FUSE, Fuse taking the mob. We have another 120 hard rejection fail there off of DKI, so that's not got it. And then, of course, AQST is just slow and steady. Now there goes FUSC in a big reversal off high of day. Wow, 277 all the way back down to the 220s right there. Just got smacked around. So the only thing I'd be watching for if you're looking for a trade here in the next 30 minutes for the opening bell would be AQST crack. AQST, watch this under 4. It's a big float. It's going to be a slower mover as we see here. It's got big moves at times. I say big. It can move 15, 20 cents in a candle at times, but very, very rarely. Most candles are 5 cents, 15 cents, 4 cents, 8 cents, 7 cents, 12 cents, etc. That's the only trade I see coming up potentially here. AQST back under 4 in the VWAP. Otherwise, there, of course, that flush from FUSC is going to see a dip buy. We have that area right around 215 to 220. That's the safest. Of course, when it runs hard down like that out of nowhere, bounces can kind of come anywhere because traders start seeing it, oh, it's a bargain price. Wow, it's back down to 230. Oh, it's back down to 242. Oh, it's at 2. They start freaking out and just start grabbing. We have no real big earnings today. I think Disney was the only real earnings that we have today. If I'm not mistaken, I'll go over to large caps here in my work from yesterday. Yeah, Disney, PLTR. Ooh, that's Aussie chick. You ready, Aussie chick? You ready here? You ready to hear about old PLTR? That's crazy, and that's what it's on. Halted. Yeah, Myron, I don't see any news on it, though. Like, usually Thinkorswim would say halted, or even on Yahoo Finance. I didn't go to FinViz. So if you have a link, let me know. I mean, we talked about this on Friday or Thursday. Me and ELPW could have been another one, honestly. I mean, ELPW could have been another one on Friday. That thing goes from, 50 cents to $15? That's crazy. TCGL, of course, just as crazy if you think about it really in the end. From whatever, I forgot what the low was on Thursday, 8, 7, 9, 6, somewhere in there, sub 10. And it goes to 453. Now, in market with those crazy gap ups that I was a part of, which is still just, I can't even, well, those clips will never get old. That feeling will just never go away. That was just an absolute, I mean, I've always wanted to do that, right? Of course, go back to the deck days. I mean, you go back to imagine if you did, and I did hold. Now, I didn't hold all full, no one's going to full size hold that, but oh my gosh, that is just, these was so cool. It was cool. Sorry, my internet's a little laggy, team. Interactive Burgers has halted yet. Well, come on here. We can't be this bad here. We can skip Apple today. My internet, of course, I'm still waiting for my new cord to get in. I guess went to Walmart again, waiting for the Amazon delivery. But Merlin chewed up the Ethernet cord, so we're on Wi-Fi today. Woo, a lot of these are trapped. Where's Microsoft at? Maybe we can do it today. Maybe it's a little better. Man, some of these are just ugly. Yuck. All right, let's go. Here we go. Let's get it. All right, over to large cap tickers. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh, some big movement this morning. We have just earlier on from Friday into today, a lot of Fed Bowman talking, Trump and tariff, and Greenland talk. So we got a lot of stuff going on over the last few days here, up on the hill there, and of course in DC and with Trump and stuff, and just a lot of different news going on over the weekend. So big movement there in after hours on Friday, or I should say in Sunday. If you look at Sunday, we went from 690 all the way down to 682. We open up 682 this morning and shoot straight back up right to where we came from. A lot of movement here in after hours, or actually call Sunday after hours because it's always the movements later on Sunday with the futures there. Big movement though. I mean, you got to talk about last night when I'm not even thinking about it. We go from, that's a huge move down, and then we're all the way back up. So a lot of movement there over the last few hours in trading. It's going to lead to probably some uglier movement in market, I would imagine, at least to start out of the gate. Some indecision there. Coming back up to 690 resistance. Over 690, watch for a pop into 690.85 over 690.85. Watch for a move into somewhere right around 690.175. 690.175. I'll go one more leg up. Over to 91.75, watch for a move up to 92.20. And over 92.20, we get to 92.75. 92.70, 92.75, that resistance right there at the closing bell on Friday. And, of course, right before that, at lunch on Friday, normal high of day, ultimate high of day goes back to a line that I have in a true high from Friday at 94, 694 ultimate high of day. On the way down, we have 88.30 support. Under 88.30, we go down to right around 87.10 into 87. Under 87, we go down to a small area to 86.65, and below that to 86. 686 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes back to Thursday's low, somewhere right around 685. Apple just completely caught in a trap right here. Go out to the wedge 15 for you, 15-day, 15-minute. 254 support area is very strong into Friday's low at 252. So you've got to crack both of those areas. So use those as bounce plays. And, of course, up top, very strong resistance right around 262 for a fail up top. So just use those in between levels. That's all Apple's doing, is just chopping around in this range. Now, over that 262 or under 252, that's when we get to see a big movement and get out of this range. AMD, not the same movement with the SPY, very similarities as far as Sunday to Monday movement. On the way up today, would say 234.50, 234.60. The lows from Friday there would be some strong resistance. We failed at it, but we're through it, so that'll be strong support now. Under 34.50. Watch for a crack down to 32 to 32.20 area. Under 32 to 32.20 area, we go down to 230.90. 230.90 area, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes down to 230. And under 230, I'm going to split the difference between 230 and 226. So we'll go at 228, ultimate low of day. 226 is the low from Sunday. On the way up today, we have resistance coming in at 236.35. Over that, watch for a move up to 237.25 to 237. We'll say 237. We'll say resistance comes in at 237.25 and runs into 238, which is the high from a couple of Thursdays ago. I'm going to go 238 normal high of day, kind of like the SPY. We've gone up too much here from yesterday's or Sunday's movement to today, and that's your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes back up to 239.50, which is the high from Tuesday before last, and over 239.50. I'll say watch for one less last leg up to 240.35 to 240.75, the low from Thursday. Ultimate high of day there. All right, keep working our way through these tickers here. Amazon, not bad. It's not Amazon. I was going to do, what was I going to do? Maybe Microsoft. That's the one I was going to add in. Sure, I'm 4, huh? It's crazy. Man, I don't. I'm like, Babel is just running very similar again with the market with SPY, Sunday to Monday movement. It's not pretty, but I'll alert. On the way up, 168.50 resistance, which runs into last Monday's low of day at 168.70 area. That's going to be strong. Now, if we pop through that, watch for move into Friday's low of day in market right around 169.50. I'm going to go one more level up like I have with a lot of these and go to 160 or 170. 170 normal high of day. Over 170, watch for move up to right around 170.75 to 170.85. And I'm going to say there for my ultimate high of day, actually. If we do get over that, watch for a pop up to 170, 120 possibly. On the way down under 167.70 to 167.50, going to have some strong support in there. Watch for a crack down to 166.75 and then down to 166.20. 166.20 to 166.65 area, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day doesn't go much further, down to 164.80 area, ultimate low of day there. Zan B looking, how's Zan B looking? B baby, come on. I think Google was pretty ugly too, wasn't it? If I remember correctly. Yeah, Google's pretty ugly too. I'm skipping B in Google today. I'm not a big fan of their charts. If you're going to trade Google, strong resistance at 340 to 341 if you're looking for a short up top. That's the only thing I would see in Google. I don't really see anything even like for bounce plays because bounce is all over the place, but I can put a line in right around 340.25, and it's pretty strong resistance there, which is the high from a couple of Tuesdays ago and, of course, from Friday. So that would be the one area I'd be looking for. Other than that, then maybe watch for move to 341. 341.25. 341.25. And then the next strong resistance comes in right around 342.80 to 343. Meta, again, same thing, Sunday to Monday movement, but we're up in a chart area that we haven't been in for a while, which is really nice after earnings from last week. So let's put this in some territory to run, which we have strong resistance pre-market high, which is the low from Thursday and Friday at 713.60, 713.60 area. Over that, watch for a pop into 717.65. Over that, we run to 719s. I'm going to go 719s, normal high of day. Over that, watch for a pop to 721. Over 721, watch for a move up to somewhere. I'm going to split the difference between 721 and the high from Friday, which is right around 732, right? We'll call it 731, somewhere in there. So I'm going to go somewhere right around 726.25, 726.50. No, 725.60. 725.60 to 726.20 area for your ultimate high of day. Over that, again, some of these areas that can pop. 713.80, 713.60. That the low from Thursday and Friday breaks. This thing can really start to move. That's the first area. Now down below, I've got a line in, and it's holding actually up a support this morning at 705.40 area. 705. Actually, zoom in here a little bit tighter. That line is right at 705. Under 705, I have another line in at 701.80. Under 701.80, watch for a crack down to 720, 700 area. Under 700, which is my normal low of day, watch for a crack down to lows, from which you can see here from Monday morning and Sunday, which is a little W shape, double bottom, right around 693.50. I'll include Microsoft because after earnings, we've had some good movement to territory we haven't been in for a while, and it's had a little bit bigger movement since I'm not doing a couple of the others. Resistance up top comes in right around 428.50. Over 428.50, watch for a move into 429.50. Over that, we move into 730.65. Over 730.65, which will be, no, we got a little bigger than that. Over 730.65, watch for a pop into 732.50. 732.50, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes to 7, we'll go 733.30. Over 733.30, my bad, 433.30, I'm starting to go meta here. Over 433.30, watch for a pop to 436.50 in that reversal from Friday's high and after hours, and we came back down from it. Thursday, I should say. Thursday after hours high. 436.50 ultimate high of day. This does look like it wants to ascend and break out here coming up soon too as well. Now on the way down, major support for me is going to be from Friday's low of day in market bounce area this morning, which is right around 426.35. 426.35. Under 426.35, watch for move down to 425.50. Under 425.50, watch for move down to 424.30. That'll be your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes back down to the lows from Thursday, the lows in pre-market, the low from Sunday, 422 area down to 421, ultimate low of day. Jeez, still holding. That's nutsos. That's absolutely bonkers there. NVDA, I'm still just not a fan of. It's chopping around between 185 and going up through the 190. So 185 support, I'd really say comes in at 186 area. The low from Thursday and Tuesday of last week into that Sunday's low, 186 to 185, major support. On the way up, we failed at one of my strong resistance lines. 189 is strong. 189 is strong. Then over that 190 to 190.20 is strong. Over that, watch for a move to 190, 160. But the strongest to me is right around 192.50 to 193. That's the strongest. All right, the one ticker that does have earnings, PLTR today. It's already got some good movement back on up. Very strong movement today from 141 low Sunday all the way up to 151 this morning. Over a $10 runners. On the way up, resistance is coming in right now at Friday's high of day and reversal area from Thursday, which is going to be right around 151. Over 151, watch for a pop up to 152.50. The high from, the high and after hours on Thursday. Normal high of day at 152.50. Ultimate high of day, if this can continue the surge, and maybe it's just a continuation and traders are already for the earnings are coming in this morning and they're already getting in for the move up. Watch for a move up to say 155.50. I have a line in there from past chart history that we could see 156.65, which is the low and after hours from Wednesday. I don't know though. That's a big move. Now with earnings, the key for me is if it's going to be good in a move up, it is going to be back over 156.50. If we get over 156.50 and hold, watch for a pop into the 160 area minimum. Could see up into the high 160s. Now, let's just go back in time here and look at PLTR's last earnings. And the one before that, PLTR, last summer, went from right around 156 and went all the way up to 170. Somewhere right around there. Decent size move back in the fall. About a $20 move. So I'm anticipating at most on the way up today somewhere right around 170 at most, maybe a little higher. 160 for sure over 155.50. Now on the way down today for support and levels with earnings. Support's going to be at 150. Under that, watch for move down to right around 148.75, roll to 149. Under that, watch for move down to right around 147.75. Under 147.75, which is my normal low of day in market, pretty much the low from Thursday, sandwich area from Friday, watch for a crack back down to 146.40. Under 146.40, I'm going to go there. Right around 146.40, maybe into 146 area, ultimate low of day in market. Now, with after hours moves, if it cracks this 140 to, I'll call it 145 to 146 area, the low from Friday, watch for a move flushing straight down to that 140 Sunday low. Easily is getting there, minimum. Ultimately could see down to the 130 mark. Oh yeah, muchos. Okay, there. What we got next there? The Qs. Over to the Qs here on the way back on up. Strong resistance is coming in from Thursday's low. It's 18 area, 618. It's 618.30, 618.50, 618. Over that, watch for a pop into Friday's low, right around 619.30. If we get through Friday's low, that's where we're going to get a good pop, in my opinion. I'll even go back to history here. Yeah, watch for a move up over. If we get through Friday's low, I'd say we easily get to 620. Over 620 to 620.20. 620 to 620.20. And I'm going to say because we may move so much, same with the spine, a lot of these red to green moves we're seeing here, essentially from Sunday to Monday movement, hand-in-hand action so far. Watch for a move to 620.25, 620.20 area. That'll be your normal high of day. And say as in we've moved too much from lows that we're not going to move much more. Over that, watch for an instantaneous burst up to 620.80. Over 620.80, watch for a move up to 622. 622 to 622.20. Over 622 to 622.20. Watch for a move up to somewhere right around 623.80 to 624 for your ultimate high of day. Now on the way back on down, support's going to be right around 616.75. Under that, we crack down to 615.20. Under 615.20, we go down to 614.50. 614.50, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, then we crack down to 611.60 area. We don't get fully back down to 610. Any questions you guys have? What's up? ACCL looks interesting over 5, no past history. I'll look at it in just a minute, boss. ELPW is just cracking away. God bless America. God bless. Oh, that's, yeah, now right back on down before I even get to it. That's the one thing this morning, nothing's holding up. This is like Friday, T-Web, and everyone else out there. It's just like up, and then right when you say that, it's right back on down. I mean, are you kidding me? Yowza. Just crashing away, bro. Crazy. All right, Tesla, of course, had earnings last week. Didn't really move as much as I anticipated for Tesla. So, it's like Meta gets a crazy move at IBM, a couple others, but then Tesla doesn't, which is kind of, anyway. So, choppier too. I don't like this chart. One thing I do love is 617. I got a line in there, and that's the low from Sunday. So, watch for a bounce there. We got 620 support and 617.20 support. Normal low of day, 617. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 420, and 417. 417 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes down to 415 to 414.60. The low from Thursday. Ultimate lows there. On the way up, strong resistance at 424 to 424.50. Over that, watch for a pop up, and a good one in my opinion, and that could be the gangbuster out of the bell here. Watch for a move up to 427 area. Over 427, we go to 428, 427.50, somewhere in there. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day goes back to the lows from Tuesday of last week, 430.65. Could maybe get a little bit higher. What to watch for out of the bell? Tesla's not bad there for that pop up. Not bad. And do we get that continuation across the board here? The only thing about the rest of these tickers, they're running a little too hand in hand. Tesla looks at least a little different from the crowd. So Tesla, I don't mind that one. Meta as well is a little different kind of. It is up and away, though, again, from bottom lows. So that's the thing, is a lot of these plays are running hand in hand from Friday's movement, or I should say Sunday movement to Monday movement with the SPY. So there's nothing out of the bell that looks great today. My point, I was going back to Meta because I like Meta. It's had a lot of good movement, built up good chart from Sunday into Monday. I would imagine it has good range, and of course the key for longs and continuation would be back over that 714 mark, but it had even back down below if it creates range. A lower VWAP bands all the way at 698, uppers at 716 essentially. So that's got some room down to have, is my point. So that could create some good charting though. But yeah, out of the bell there today, there's nothing that I'm saying this is just the go-to play. A lot of hand-in-hand action in a lot of these plays. Even going across the board to Microsoft again, they do look like they want to pop and get one extra leg up out of the bell here, even with SPY. But I would be watching for a green to red move at some point. We're up, and away from lows from Sunday into this morning. And small caps at the bell. Geo, golly, AQST still holding 4 and bouncing up to 425 over and over and over and over and over. So we got 425 resistance, 4 support. Nothing else is showing its face for a good move other than possibly DKI here. Watch for DKI to pop and get that next leg up here out of the bell. Another good one here moving into opening bell isn't bad is FUSE. Fuse looks like it has that kind of pop and maybe fuse to it. Although it's got a built-in a good support at right there at 225. If that cracks, it's going to lose its momentum. Could see a red to green move, but it has that higher low pattern, and it looks like it could maybe take the mob. The only thing about these plays they're barely making new highs. So let's look at DKI. New high at 120 earlier, failed, came down. Then all it went to was 127.8 and then failed again. Same thing for DKI. It was at 267 failing and then went to 277. So it's not like we're getting that next leg crazy move up. So just pay attention to that as you move into the opening bell. I don't like anything myself here at all from small to large cap. Sitting on my hands, and that's only paid paid dividends big time over the past week, getting from TCGL, ELPWs, BNAIs. I can go through the list. So I'm just going to sit back and wait for our runner. I see nothing. I see nothing right now, team. I see nothing outside. It's ugly. IPW is another one that just got alerted here. So IPW is not, man, it's ugly. God, that's an ugly chart. And just others are, again, back burner plays to keep your eye on, CISS. We'll see if that can maybe do something. AQST, RPGL, SWVL, Ray, IPW just started popping up. ACCL popped up and crashed back on down. So we got a lot of those plays that have popped up and then came back on down. I just see at the bell, one of those top movers, whether it's DKI or FUSE, seem to have that popability at the bell. VHub's, yeah, and I see VHub making its way back on around. So I see VHub making its way back on around. Nothing's that pretty though today, team. Just nothing's that pretty. Nothing right now. So let's just sit back and wait. Any stocks you want me to break down, let me know. If there's any tickers you guys want me to break down, let me know. All right, so don't forget this week, the earnings challenge. I don't think I've signed up for this yet. So don't forget to sign up for this. I'll put the link out there for you guys to sign up. Live earnings, trading challenge, premium content. All right, challenge number 1, pass your, let's see, what's this? 5K eval account. See, challenge 1, evaluation. Pass your new eval account by the end of the month. Okay. Challenge 2. Compete for the highest P&L on a new funded account, 25. Okay, highest P. Okay. So these are the different challenges. Okay, cool. Challenge 3, achieve the best risk to reward ratio. Okay, across the. So here we go. And challenge 4, valuation open to everyone. Predict the end of the day price of the future earning stock. Okay, PL closest daily prediction wins multiple. Oh, this is awesome. All right, cool. So here we go. I need to sign up for this here in a little bit. So to predict the earnings price. Here we go. All right. So let's do this real quickly. All right. Okay. Well, when's the next one? Betting close. Okay. What the heck? Guess they'll put a new one up there soon. Because the one today you'd think would be PLTR, right? You'd think the one today would be PLTR. This is going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Let me get the link out there for you guys. Copy link address. I'm sure you guys got the email. Sign up for today, for the TTP. Yeah, let's make sure that works. All right. we got that today, so I'm going to sign up for that later. Here comes the AQST crack. Well, I'm going to do this today, too, at lunch with you guys. So I'm going to do this, and I'll put the link out there later. We'll do this together, the MTRI. I'll go through that with you and answer that, because I'm going to get Adrian Manns back on, of course, just to have another big-time, big dog trade on the live stream, which I think is cool. We do have IPW is starting to pop up a little bit here. So IPW is trying to get the move. CR Trader says 630 to 650 resistance here, which, yeah, I'll be watching for that back on up since we have Swivel doing nothing. It's not swiveling or doing nothing here. We'll go IPW here trying to pop on up here. IPW trying to pop on up here. Does have news this morning, so we do have news this morning. iPower eliminates major cost center and receives 2.3 billion. That's got terrible news, but oh well, whatever. It's moving. Body moving. Our IPW is the most recent one. It kind of pop up here 20 minutes ago. News is trash. But 630 strong upper shadow wick, there in pre-market there. We can see that. Over that, this has room to run. Watch for a move up to around the 725 mark. Over 725 resistance at 8 area. Over 8 strong resistance at 9 for IPW. So again, strong resistance here right around the 630, 650 mark. Over that, watch for a pop up to around the 720 mark. Then over that to the 8s. This play could be the mob winner and the runner here. It's really ugly up and down, choppy, ugly candles. We'll see if this takes the mob, though, at the bell. Support down below. Nothing really built in that great. I would say the best support that I see is right around 470 and some at 5. Okay. The up's popping up just a little bit. Hey, Kid, can you post the Discord link? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Let me get this. Boom. Do I have it over on here? Because I need to have like a... I do not. Let me do this real quickly. Join free... I almost put fee. Discord. Put daily alerts. Levels. Trade. Because I have like on my emails, I have like a little thing where I have like a draft essentially where I have all my things saved, so I can just repost them over and 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 over. All right, sweet. All right, so right now, yeah, just sit back and wait, team. Last week was just killer week. I went back and looked at the, like Friday to Friday, my P&L. I was like, wow, I haven't had this kind of a P&L in a minute. I mean, just from 3 trades alone, BNAI, 2,300, Friday before last. Last Thursday, TCGL, no, it's 3,300, that's right. BNAI was 3,300, because it was all right around, it was weird. So BNAI was 3,300, TCGL was 2,300, and ELPW was 4,300. They all were right around that 200 or 300 over the next. So yeah, anyway, so a 2, 3, and a 4 one. It's like, oh my gosh. So literally from 3 trades alone in a week's period, 10K. I think it was maybe Aussie Chick. I don't know what day you came over. You said, is that your P&L? I forgot what day that was. I don't know if it was TCGL on Thursday. Maybe it was Friday with ELPW. Crazy. And I got in on, was it? Man, I forgot how many shares on ELPW. But yeah, it was a barn burner of a week for sure. And then the other, I had $500 wins, $1,000 win. It was crazy. Yeah, AQS2 broke through the VWAP here. So let's see. Did get candlestick confirmation, Myron. I don't like the 100 million in float. It's too big for me. Even the bounce, it's crazy how we could have gotten 1, 2, 3 bounce plays there that would have been about an equivalent to about 60 cents. So 3 plays and you only get 60 cents out of it. So that, yeah, you know, it is what it is. Big sell off there from IPW out of the gate. We're about to halt down there actually out of the gate. IPW, ouchies. Sell off here from DKI out of the bell. Ouchies. I guess TCGL is just halted. I don't know why it's halted for sure. I can see it's not moving, but I don't have anything for it. Let's go to FinViz even real quickly. TCGL. I would imagine they're getting investigated. I just don't know what else it would be. I don't know, because yeah, I don't see it there. We'll go to Stock Titan. It's like live news feed. We'll go to TCGL. Type that in. TCGL, there it is, right? TCGL, yes, Tech Create. Yeah, nothing. Other than like what they put out, you know, issues statement regarding recent trading activity. Because they had no idea what was going on. And yeah, that's just, I have no idea what's going on there with them. It's nuts. We'll keep it on watch. Everything's red at the bell. I mean, even like VHub, SWVL, we do have BNAI popping up just a little bit. Halted down there, IPW. Again, if you stabbed at that resistance area at 580 and we're just stabbing into the 6 mark, you know, good short opportunity there. It was just so tight. No one anticipated, I'm sure, a halt down, you know. Maybe a sell-off back to the 540s, 550s at most, you know, but we are getting Fuse to pop up here, so let's see if Fuse can get new high of day. It is kind of now, no one's getting the mob here, so what I'm going to do is put Fuse up top, because I really do feel that AQST is just going to be a super slow mover. There goes AQST, so there goes Fuse, new high of day. Fuse, new high of day here. Well, as of right now, if it does pull back down, how it built in there at that 225 mark, that would be the dip buy opportunity for Fuse, 100%. Like, yeah, even CR Trader took it at 532. I mean, CR Trader wasn't anticipating a halt down. He's loving it. Oh, wow. DKI with the same. Look at this 120 massive reversal. Short, halted down. So we'll see if we get this 220 area. I mean, that's the only thing I like right there for FUSC right now is, and I think I even want to kind of wait because like I think when we went for bounce plays earlier on earlier last week, they were like meh. So I want to see who really gets the mob today. Who gonna get it? I am pointing back to, I was going to say what I was going to get to. One last week of me being super busy with one-on-ones team. A little bit light. Yeah, it's another busy week. Yeah, it's one more busy week. One more busy week for me. And then I'm kind of freed up for the rest of the month. And then Aussie chick. What's so funny? I don't know how. I thought I blocked this off. I don't know how I didn't block the 16th off like a dumbass. I swear my calendar, I did stuff and I'm like, how did people book these? How are these not blocked? Like, anyway, I'm lost with some stuff sometimes. I'm like, how? Oh, maybe because it was new, I guess. I don't know. I'm like, what in the world? Like, I thought I blocked off President's Day. I don't know how I didn't. It's all good. I have to reschedule some people. I swear I've done this. I'm like, what is up with my calendar? I know moving forward it's fixed regardless. Yeah. 2 weeks from today, we are off on President's Day, though. 2 weeks from today, we are off. President's Dizzle. President's Dizzle. It's the President's Day. Yeah, hey. And like, I have people, like, and that's what's so crazy. I have people, like, I have someone that booked a Thursday at 9 a.m. Eastern, 30 minutes for the opening bell. On a I'm like, how and when did that happen? I have Thursday's never been available at that time. I'm like, I think there was, like, I swear, a glitch in the system on my calendar where people could book times that I didn't have available. Because there was something the other day, I was like, I don't know how you booked that. Like, it should be blocked. Like, I've never had that time open. Like, even like that, I'm going through my calendar on not the 19th of this month. I have someone on Thursday at 9 Eastern. I'm like, no one's ever at, like, what the hell? Yeah, you have bookings at 9 on Tuesdays again. I don't know if you have any openings Tuesday afternoon. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, what in my calendar? I was like, what in the world happened there in my calendar? Because I go out further, it's normal. Like, Tuesdays shouldn't have any openings, and there's not that I see anymore. I see none on Tuesdays in the morning. There should be none on Thursdays, but and then Monday I fixed finally to where anyway. But yeah, like, I have one I need to reschedule tomorrow. Like, I don't know how it was booked. That was another one. This is another one of those. Yeah, Veda. So do I have to reach out today to Veda and be like, I don't know how he booked this one for tomorrow. I'm like, I would never have Tuesday at 9 a.m. open. Like, like, well, it's at 10 my time, or 9 my time, 10 Eastern. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just like, what the fuck happened to this calendar? But this is a busy week for me. I do have a one-on-one coming up here at the top of the hour, is my point. Because I think these were booked a while back when I was letting people book. So I was like, the real is usually an hour after the opening bell. That's usually an hour after the opening bell. All right, so old resistance, new support kind of coming into play. We're bouncing off this 245 area, and it was a quick sweep down to it. You would have barely gotten filled. I like the 225 area still as of now if we stay in the channel. Wow, IPW. Oh my good gosh. Wow. What a just nasty sell-off there. I don't see anything else holding. Do you guys see anything else holding? And this Tuesday, no. Yeah, Tuesdays I'm full. So this Tuesday, I have back-to-back one-on-ones. That's what I was like, always text me, guys. Text me. That's why I give you my number. Reach out to me. Text me. I don't see nothing. Nothing moving in the small caps. Do we have any large cap movement? Tesla with the dump at the bell. SPY is up. Meta's up and down. So we're moving across diff. Yeah, up. Everything's different now. The hand-in-hand action is done. AMD and SPY look similar out of the bell. Tesla with an absolute dumperoonie. We'll have to go over to some large cap plays here in a minute. Yeah, like I said, I don't know what happened there, T-Web. But yeah, tomorrow I'm booked, slam packed. I'll have to move the Veda one now, which I'll have to move the Veda one until after I'm sure he'll be fine doing it at lunch, but tomorrow I'll have 3. Wednesday I have 3, and then I can't do after hours, so I'm doing after hours with TTP. Thursday I have, and I blocked it off forever ago because I was so busy, and I was like, God, this, and luckily no one booked Thursday, and I blocked it off, but I still put someone in on Thursday because I'm like, I need a break. And like, if I, you guys are even like, a lot of you guys don't burn yourself out. I'm like, that's why I blocked a lot of days off for February moving forward. Like, a lot of February is blocked off. Some of it's bookings, but some of it's blocked off because A, I have the AKNR, B, I want to get ready for the AKNR, and C, I don't want to get burnt out before the AKNR. Good gosh, guys, IPW, what a crazy dump. Bounce play for AQST would be at 360. It's a slow and steady play. There is nothing out there. Yeah, T-Web, I'm not seeing, yeah, right? I don't know if you're about stocks for me at my openings, but could be both. Wow, there is nothing in small caps. That's what happens when you just have all these different runners. There's no one taking the mob right now. I think, like, again, Fuse has the best op, in my opinion. Fuse, FUSE, has the best opportunity, in my opinion. At least as of right now. Everything else is ugly. I mean, ugly. Going through the gainers board, I don't see jack, shizen, snoozin', floozins. Again, hopefully you guys had a good weekend. get ready for earnings again this week. Get the TTP challenge up. Sign up for that. I will say today at lunch when I come back from a one-on-one, got to run an errand real quickly this morning too as well. And then when I get back from that, I go live for lunch with you guys. Like I always try to do around 1:30 Eastern for 15-20 minutes and go over plays. I will do the MTRI and we'll do that together. The MTRI with the man's trader readiness inventory. See if we're psychologically built to do this. To me, it's going to be FUSC team. FUSC, if we can get a squeeze here, maybe it goes to the, whoa, that's kind of, well, let's stay up there. There goes FUSC. There goes FUSC. There goes FUSC. Let's see if it can hold up, though, now. Resistance and past chart history here. Don't forget, there's not a lot of history FUSC here. There's not a lot, and that was another reason why I felt this play could run. There's just not a lot of charting here. We got some strong resistance, though, right here at that 320, 325 mark. So if you did put orders up top, not a bad idea there for FUSC. Let's see if it goes up a little bit more. I don't like it. It's right now 275 to 260, so you kind of want to put orders from 275 to 260. 275 to 260. What's the float on FUSC? That's 11 mil. That's not bad. That's not bad. Stocks box, but you're good. Yeah, and that's the only thing moving. FUSC is the one with the mob. FUSC is the one with the mob. I mean, IPW with the double halt down. Didn't see that coming out of the gate. Would have loved to get $1.50 there and just call it a day because there's right now it's absolutely ugly. I still like the 225 area the best for FUSC, but right now 270 into the 260-55 mark. This is where you'd want to put orders for now. Is this area? I'm gonna see how it reacts. I want this to push back up to 320s before I put orders again. If I put orders in, I want this to push to 320s, team. Just so you guys know. I feel a little safer that way. Other than that, we're all over it. There is, unfortunately, the former runners from last week aren't doing a darn thing. I haven't looked at ELPW yet today. What's she doing? Oh, is that halted up out of the gate? Yeah, halted up out of the gate and has not resumed yet. And it's going... ELPW might be another crazy runner like Friday. Market makers are going to do what it did on Friday, and they're going to try to halt this thing left and right. VHub's trying to push back on around 2 as well. So I'll keep VHub on watch. Well, look at this. DKI back. Is that halted again? That's nasty. I'll put VHub over here because it looks a little bit better than DKI does, at least for the time being. So VHub, you can see that crazy reversal from Friday. Has strong resistance there at 1450 area. It is halted up. So that 1290 area, as I talked about, was strong resistance out of the bell. Boom, cracked back on down. Got about $1.50 resistance. I talked about that in the morning alerts. Your next area is going to be somewhere right around the $15 mark, 15 to 15.20. Let's see if this pops on up to 320, and then if it does, I'll put some orders in the 270, 265, 255 area. Oh, ELPW is live and halted down. ELPW live and halting down. Live and halting down. Jeez, it's nasty out of here. It's nasty out here. VHub, we'll see if VHub can maybe get that mob possibly. Right now, Fuse definitely has the mob 100%. Pop into the... I want this into the 320s before I put orders in, like I said. I'm not going to trust it. If we're going to take the bounce play now, it's at 250, 100%. Down to around 245. If this pops into 320... then we're going to go at 275 into the 265 area. You guys know what I'm looking at. It's FUSC. This is it. This is the mover for the day. It's the only one I like. You guys good? Any question from you gals or girls and guys and gents out there? Giving this some time. It's not super fast. We had a couple of moves here that are pretty fast. Otherwise, she's slow and steady so far. If it pops into the 320 area, I'm going to put orders at 275 to 265. Maybe a low one at 255. If it doesn't, and we reverse here soon, and we just can't move and we stay stuck, so now we know, oh, wow, here she flies. And see, this is what's kind of weird and scary about Fuse, is it's got these weird big bursts out of nowhere. So now 285 to 275 is the area 4 dips on ELPW. So ELPW, now you know. Well, not ELPW, fuse. I still had ELPW on there from Friday. Cool. Nothing for the day. Nothing for the day. I was like making sure I didn't have anything left out there from last week. All right, we're going to start with 287 and go down to 270. How about that? All right, so I've got orders in team from right here, 287 down to 277, 270, and then I even put a low in at 267. So right through this area is where I have my orders to get filled. It may come and dip off 320 and 310, and if that happens, it happens. Let it build up an area. Let it do it, okay? Otherwise, I'm just going to stick down here at 2, and I am getting into a one-on-one in 15 minutes, so I do have that in 15 minutes from now. But still, regardless, we can just sit back. We got the orders in. Beautiful move here. We still have VHub halted up. VHub is halted up, though, team. So VHub is halted up. ELPW is halted. PHO, that's right. What was the other one? PHOE from Friday. That one's crazy as can be, halting too. It's halting up too as well. Oh, man, come on here. Ah, miano. Well, if this goes for a little bit higher, then I know I'm going down to 320. Or if it stays in this area a little bit longer, if it stays up here for like 3 minutes, a couple more minutes, then I'm going to put orders at 320 into 3. Right now, I'm still going to, I like the safe area down here. I like the safe area down low. Down low. I said, give it to me, baby. Give it to me. Down low. Down low. All right, BNAI is not doing anything either, team. So BNAI is not doing anything. If this holds 340 for about, like I said, another 3, 4, 5 minutes, somewhere in there, I'll get it like that kind of feel for my gut. I'm gonna move the orders up. Yeah, if it starts coming back down, no. I mean, if yeah, boom, then I'm gonna leave them where they are right now. I'm gonna leave them where they are, team. I'm leaving my orders right here. 87 to 70. 87 to 70. Let's see if 320 gets that quick dip and rip back on up here. And if so, we move back up to the 360s, then 320 ends up being the bounce play. I'm sure, as always, making it safe, but also making it smart, right? What's the logical bounce area? What's a safe bounce area? Now, if you want to ultra scalp it, you're just in on these. Every time it comes down to order, like, boom, you're in. Okay, got to get in. It's hitting 320, 350, anything. You just got to start getting in. Take the move, take the money. Any questions you guys have? T-Web, Myron, Max, anyone else out there, Aussie Chick, any of my wallflowers, any questions you guys have? If you're looking for a short up top, I would be going over to VHub. Go smaller, 1535, 1550 area, strong resistance. It is seeing some reversals up top, even at halted up, still got a reversal back on down. Even here out of the opening bell. So it's a little bit bigger spread. I don't like shorting those plays up top. Just not a big fan of it, obviously, a lot of the time. Looking for bounce plays. 320. There's your liquidation sweep down. Back on up. See how high we go here in the bounce. If it's going to be 320 for us or it's going to stay down at 280, 70 area. The higher this goes, the more we know 320 it's going to be. Oh, man. Bad loss for the Hogs on Saturday. Lost to Kentucky. Should have beat Kentucky. Just played a bad game at home. Played a good road game and came back, too. That's the thing. They had slow starts. Played terrible against Oklahoma last Tuesday to start, but came back strong. Played terrible to start Kentucky, but came back. Had the lead and then lost it. Let's see, who do we play next? Who do we play? Who do we play? Is this like a week off? We really don't play till Saturday? We don't play till Saturday? It's our first home loss. We should have won. We got up in that game. Yep. I'm keeping them where they are. I'm keeping my levels where they are. Keeping my levels where they are, team. Why is Saved by the Bell in my head? It's alright, 'cause I'm saved by the bell. Oh, come on down, little Mo. Come on down, little Mo. Come on down, little Mo there. Now, come on. Come on down, little Mo. That's weird. Okay, so we don't play this week? I'll just text the boys. They'll know for sure. Oh, well. Me a little stressed off for a week. I like it. A little stress off for the week at Mississippi State. How good is Mississippi State? Nah. And that's an early game. A damn 11 o'clock. Yowzer, Flowsertons. Finally, an early game. What's up with that? What's up with that? I don't think Miss State's that good. Let's see here. Yeah, 3. Oh, wow. 11-11, 3-6 in conference. Yeah, even though it's on, we got to beat Mississippi State. We got a week off. There's no way Coach Cal doesn't have these boys rocking and rolling. There's no way. There's just no way. That's the thing. Being a road start that early, and got to get a quick start. Don't want to get down 11-2 early on again or some bullshit. Sorry, team. I'm just ranting about my hogs. Damn, come on down, Lil Mo. Oh, man, still waiting for a bounce play team here. Everything else is ugly today so far in market. I mean, it is slow. Coming off a hot week, I'm glad I didn't say 3 hot stocks to watch this morning. I came in, I was like, man, there's really no hot stocks to watch. And I like the fact that this is bouncing up pretty decently here, team. I'm still going to leave my orders in. I'm leaving them in down here. Leaving my orders in down here, okay? Nice reversal off that 1530 area like we talked about. V-Hub, beautiful reversal there, team. Myron, did anybody get that short up top that did have the bows, the cojones to trade that? Beautiful short up top there at that 1530 area. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. That's about the play of the day so far. Besides the breakout here and the squeeze out of this beautiful ascending, this pennant flag, so to speak. Nice ascending wedge. It's a very bullish look. And the breakout, you got to kind of start adding into that trade, right? Man, why is Saved by the Bell in my damn head? V-Hub's the play of the day so far besides Fuse. Fuse, let's see if this comes down to our bounce area team. That's the only thing. We're getting these, they're 20, 30 cent bounces. 30 cent bounce. 30 cent bounce. So if we get the bounce play and get filled here, the move back up to 3 to 310 is going to be profit-taking area, okay? Just so you guys know. Let's see if we get filled here. Right before I get into my one-on-one, let's see if we get filled. What I'm not gonna like, what I'm not gonna like if this bounces right here, right above my orders, because if this bounces here and comes back up and gives us another small bounce, I'm truly putting my orders surrounding this 250, 245 mark. All right, just so you guys know. It needs to come down and fill us here soon in this pullback. Any questions you guys have? Anything? We good? Again, V-Hub was the best play of the day so far. Kind of seeing that triple top resistance fail area here in pre-market right around 1525, 1530, 1550. Again, would you've gotten filled? It hit 1534 and was probably really quick into that area, so you would have had orders up there probably, and right back on down she came, though. So beautiful reversal there for V-Hub. Otherwise, IPW out of the gate was nice if you took it. And again, the long was Fuse. Nothing really great for a bounce play so far on Fuse. We're waiting for that bounce play on the way down here, back into that VWAP area. Old resistance, new support from pre-market high. Right now, not getting filled, though. It's alright, cause I'm saved by the bell. Boom, there's everything, team. There we go. Boom. Still not filled here, team. Again, I do have a one-on-one here at the top of the hour. So literally in 3 minutes, I'm going to have to get off the mic here with you guys and run over to them and get in my one-on-one. Still not filled yet. I'm still not filled yet. What did that hit right there? 291. 291. 387 is my high order. 387 or 287, 277, 270, 267. If this bounces back up above 310, and it looks like it's going to, team, I'm going to move. Man, do I leave him there or do I? I'm going to, just because I'm going to be in a one-on-one, I'm going to leave one order. I'm going to put one order around 270, and then I'm going to put the rest of them really low around 250s. Just because I am going to get into a one-on-one, I'll be paying attention to that. So I'm, kind of double, triple dutying it in the one-on-one, trying to get a trade in possibly and alerting for you guys. So I'm going to move my highest order I'm going to have an order at 277. I'll do one at 270. And then I'm going to really put some orders down here just in case we get down to the 255, 247 area. I like this the most, but we may come down and just teardrop right off this 27 mark. And I'm really going to bounce back on up. I just love this 270 area. It's really nice. I do like this 270 area. Any questions you guys have? Any questions? Any comments? Any concerns? Anything? We got for me. Hear Margo out there too. It's so funny. All right, let me get into the one-on-one. Any question you guys have? I just moved my orders on down. I'm gonna let my girl in now. Come on. Good girl. Go lay down. Good girl. I don't know. You just love Dad so much. Merlin, will you get up for me? Rue. Will you get up? One of y'all girls, or one of you get up for me so she can lay with you guys. Root, will you get up? Root, come on, get up. Right here in the corner. Right there. One, Queenie, or Margaret, right there. Sit right here. Good girl, make it work. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right, team, heading over to the one-on-one. I'll put this in for you guys so you know what I'm looking for here as well. Boop. Fuse. Dip, op. Love the 2.5 to 2.7 area. Only long play we have. Everything else is slow and died off. Boy, honestly, I mean, I can't say I'm a little surprised. Those moments come here and there, like on Thursday when I'm in a trade, not anticipating getting a $60 gap up after an hour-long halt and already being up from 17 to 55 going, there's no way, when you see a gap up 100%, because it literally did. It went from, 55 to 110 when it was 100% gap up. That's nuts. A to be in a gap up that big within B. Doesn't think about that. You're in a gap up that moved 100%. Like it went from 4 to 8, or if it went from 10 to 20. But you go from 55 to 110. I mean, you see the reaction from Kevin and myself. That was absolutely true, pure reaction of This kind of pisses me off though too. We find the area, I have 287 highest orders. I'm hoping this, that's why I wanted one of these little whoop, whoop, come on down, whoop, somewhere into this area, get filled to 287 and 277 at least, possibly another one, and then boom, get filled 1,000, 1,500 shares. I had 500 allotment area, so all my orders are 500 shares today, team. 500. All right, I truly got to get over to the one-on-one. You have the orders down below, or what I'm looking for on FUSC. Is there any other stocks you want me to put out there? Alert them. I can easily break them down for you, even if I'm in the one-on-one. It takes me 2 seconds to break down a play. I will be back here at the top of the hour. So at the top of the hour, I'll be back here in an hour from now to see exactly where we are. If you guys need any help, I'm right here. Again, that's why I'm here day in, day out. AQSC, the super huge float, dead on the day. SPY with a good move back on up today. So SPY with a pretty darn good size move. Nice good continuation. So I'll keep SPY on watch. We have the upper and lower VWAP very far apart today. So this play has potential to move. IPW looks like it's dead in the water. We'll try to find some other good large cap tickers that have moved today. Again, we're getting a lot of this in the large cap sector. We're taking off. No, we're at new low of day. No, we're back. No, we're at low. It's just real choppy out there. A lot of back and forth in gross charting. So just be careful in the large cap sector. Small caps, it's FUSE, F-U-S-E. I'll be back here in an hour, team. I'll be back in an hour. I'll see you in a bit. What's up, team? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? That was beautiful if you did get it there. Absolutely. Man, my mic is up high today. We spiking high today. Hopefully you did get the bounce play right there, team. I'm out of my trade fully right now. Actually, I'm fully out of fuse. Didn't get filled fully. I know T-Web too as well talked about that. We didn't get fully filled. It sucks. It is what it is. I canceled my other orders, but we are out, or I'm out of fuse. Hopefully you guys got a good bounce play there. F-U-S-E, beautiful bounce play. That's why I said we're going to sit back and wait for a play, sit back and find our area and wait for the play to come to us. Any questions you guys have? Anything? T-Web? Anyone? I'm going to stick around for like 2 more minutes, and then I will be heading out. I'm going to go get me an Ethernet cord. Boy, oh, boy, oh. Oh, my gosh. I couldn't hardly do the one-on-one. It was the internet was so bad. The internet was so freaking bad. So I'm going to go get an Ethernet cord real quickly, just so I have a backup one regardless. I'll have 2 now. One on the way and one I just need to get one. Internet, it was so bad today. I was trying to, like I said, trying to do that one-on-one and it was cutting out. I had like a few minutes would be completely fine and then it would just go completely, I could tell I was just in and out. Couldn't probably hear a word I was saying. NAF, SNDK, can it go to 800 plus? Oh my gosh, SNDK, where are we at? Merlin, stop Merlin. Well, not anytime soon, I don't think. 800 plus, but yes, I would say by gee golly, this time next year it's probably at 1,000 unless they do some price split. You just look at the movement up that we've had here over the past few months here alone, right? So you go back in time here, look at this. I mean, you're talking from, that's just a crazy move. I mean, this is first leg up from 40-50 area, whatever it was, all the way up to 300 over about a 2-month stretch, somewhere around 2 months, a little over that. And then you're talking about a month stretch right here from January, the 1st of January. We're at 258, 300, and then we blast off for another mega move. So I think we may channel up. If we go to new highs here, I don't think it's going to be too much higher. But NAF, I don't see how SNDK doesn't see that by summer or sooner, and maybe sees 1,000 by the end of this year. It's a monster move down on Friday. You're talking a 130-point move down, and we're soaking all the way back on up. Great dip potential there on Friday as well, if you think about it on the time frame where we came back down to, which was a breakout area from before. So that was a great dip buy, and yes, NAF, I would imagine this place sees 800 for sure, easy. Not like today or this month, yeah, next 2 to 3 weeks. Well, I don't think it's going to get that leg up. I just don't think it's going to come back to back like that, in my opinion. I would say it's highly unlikely it gets another leg, up. I just don't see it happening, to be honest. I think we kind of reset here. We've had a really volatile movement. I'd have to really dive into like some financials and stuff like that to see if if it's a lot of that and people are starting to realize how valuable SanDisk is, so to speak, and that maybe it's just the momentum that can carry it for another spike potentially as well. So there's that. It does get there. I don't know about the next 2 to 3 weeks, though. What's up, Robert? What do you think about, what's this? JLHL? Is this for real? Well, Roma's done. JLHL. Oh, hey-oh. Yeah, just all over the place, Robert. This is going to be like a lot of the plays we've noticed here recently. Crazy halty play. I would leave it alone. And that's just me. Just open that. Yeah. I would be careful with that play, just seeing that, my man. You see 1, 2, 3, 4 halts up, and then a massive gap down from 960 area all the way down the open. Here was what? 8? $1.57 gap down. Oh my. That's nasty. That is nasty sauce. Got those chap lips. Oh. Feeling the chappies. One to die. Oh, yeah. Because if anything was that, and I've talked about this many a times. This is why I trade the halts up. If I see a massive gap up and we're running to another halt up, we're probably going to gap up and run to one more halt up if I'm going from 1 to 2, because we go to 2 to 3. So that's why I like trading here to here, because I'm in here, it shoots straight up. I might sell a little bit there, and go, man, you're in heaven at that point, right? You're so in the green. Same thing here. Goes flying in the red. See it, immediately right here. We see a gap down. Oh, this is from here actually. So I thought that was almost open to open. Let's just pretend it's not though. Regardless, you see how many gap ups we've had. We fly and gap down and move into a halt down. Yeah, try to trigger in right away. I would say the gap down below the VWAP. I don't see how this play doesn't gap down to 6, somewhere in here, most likely. Now, the bullish plays you got to be careful of, and it happens from time to time because it's actually happened on ELPW on Friday. ELPW on Friday did see when it finally had all those halts up in the $1-2 range up to 2, it then had a halt down. And then instead of gapping down, we actually gapped. I think we did that twice where we gapped up from a halt down. But that was so far, that was well above the VWAP in a very bullish play. This is different. A little different there. But yeah, your thought process on the halt down is good, my friend. Your thought process right there on the halt down is good. Yeah, so that was the last one, JLHL. So watch for random pumps today. We've seen a lot of pump and dumpy action from tickers today, up and then right back on down. Roma, JLHL is looking to be your next one. I am out of Hughes. I wish I would have gotten filled more, but still a nice, good play on Hughes. Beautiful bounce play on Hughes. Hopefully you took advantage of it. We found the bounce area. We are all over it. We have not seen lower than that the whole entire morning, right? We have been in this area for over an hour now. Perfect dip buy off this 275 area. Got the first one, then we got a second one. So beautiful, 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 beautiful. Any questions you guys have before I head out? I want to go get an Ethernet cord. I need to head out and go get that. If you guys have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'm heading out for now. I want to go get the Ethernet cord and run the errand. I do have the next few hours off, which is good. Today, a little Monday reprieve for myself. And then in Tuesday, Wednesday, it's just crazy into Thursday. Crazy busy Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week. Today a little softer, a little easier on myself. All right, team. I am going to step away. Mr. Chef Boy, Nath, T-Web, anyone still around? I'll see you guys back here when I get back from running. That's another reason why I got out of the trade, because I'm leaving. I need to get out of here to go run the errand, so I got out of here. All good. Cool, y'all. So that was my one trade for the day. Great bounce. I say great. Pretty good bounce play on FUSC. They're having the patience to wait for the bounce play. We got it. Got about 40 cents out of it. So that's pretty good. 40 cents. That's not bad. Could have been, better. Could have got filled more, which would have been really sweet. All good in the hood. That's another reason, like I said, why I got out of it. I'm about to run my errands here for about another hour or so. I'll be gone. As soon as I get back from running my errands, I'll come right back here in the office immediately, like I always do, and see how you guys are doing and if we have any good movement. I would say here, as we move back on down, I'm going to get rid of the downtrend line here. I don't think we're going to make our way back down to that, or the downtrend support line. But the actual downtrend I will leave in. Why? A, we're running and still holding the trend line, but then we came down and actually bounced off the downtrend here. So let's see if we do it again and hold up. I do feel this play holds up for quite a while in this area. I don't think it really does see a big crackback or sell-off. Seems to be your one bullish play for the day. I'll be back in just a bit, team.
It's what you're reckoning. But maybe you're ocean. It down, it down, it down.
Weaving notice on my mind. Weaving out our real cry. Volume out, messing my slides. I'm just a fan. I'm just a fan.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Back on the mic real quickly for you guys. Just got back from running around and getting stuff done for the second time. All right, so SPY, nice new high of day there. Kind of ran up there when I last left. It kind of popped up one last little time there since I last left the office, but pretty much still leveled out for the day. Nice, good move up for the SPY. These small cap plays, good Lord Almighty. I know that EPLM on Friday was crazy, and of course TGLC on Thursday, of course, still halted. This is really nuts. The fact that we're seeing this right here from this crazy up-down movement. They're not going on those crazy runs, but it's just like a roller coaster. Fuse was great today. Of course, if you took the bounce play with me earlier in the day right here in this 270 area, it was nice. Held up for quite a while, as you can tell, and then finally cracked down. Did try to pop back up. I don't know if that's a misprint or not. Regardless, we still haven't really cracked down for the day. That's why I said this would be your kind of long potential for the day. I don't really see anything else. And I think of last check, I just did this like 10 minutes ago. I'll check it one more time. Go over to Stock Rocks, just check different like chat room scanners. I don't think we're missing anything. I don't think we're missing nothing for the day.
ACCL.
That was another one earlier. ACCL. How's that doing now? ACCL. Oh yeah, nothing. PBM. We'll go back to this. PBM. Ugly. Scary chart. Scary chart for sure, but it is moving for the day. We'll go to a 3-minute time frame for this guy. They both have been halting quite a bit, though, as you can tell. Lots of halts up, lots of halts down, lots of gaps as well. Dogs sneaking in and out of the office. But that's about it. Seems to be the main tickers that we're looking at. Otherwise, the ones from running earlier in the day really aren't doing anything at all. These guys they just like squeezing in and out of the door.
HYPD. SWBL. HYPD. ACCL. SWBL.
Come on over here.
CISF.
We do a PLTR later in the day. I'm going to pull up another. I forgot that I thought I had it still pulled up. I don't. My other Thinkorswim, so I at least have two.
DRA.
Merlin. BNAI. A little move today from BNAI. Nothing too bad. TCGL still halt the DKI. Okay, nothing there. Let's go to large caps. What do we got? What do we got here? AMD straight up and then out to the right for the day. Apple, same sort of look to it. Looks like that could maybe possibly squeeze for more.
SOBR. DFTX. Aussie.
Maybe not bad today. Staircasing its way up. Meta, not really too great. We do a PLTR earnings later today. It's really flat today, though. Super flat today is PLTR. Tesla's making a nice, good return on the backside. So Tesla here coming back on up here today. Put Tesla on watch. I do like Tesla and NVIDIA. At least some sort of movement. Apple's not bad. Does look like it can squeeze some more. And go for a new high of day. So those some tickers to look at. IBM been more so on the watch list after earnings. I think I forgot to alert that today, but just been more so on the watch list, being that it's had bigger moves since earnings. Small caps though dead. It's really dead. And small caps was besides the crazy healthy PBM and JLHL. Watch for SPY here. I'll say small caps very ugly and otherwise dead. Crazy. Halt, gappers, JLHL, PBM,
DPRO.
I leave alone. Fuse is your best bet. SPY, Apple, both looking for a new high of day. Tesla, great.
Fuse. Ewing. Toyo.
Alright, cool.
UAM1.
Fuse. Toyo. mRNA. VERU. Mod. Alright, cool. don't see anything. Good. Good, good, good. Let's go back over here.
Fuse.
Fuse. Fuse. Fuse. Whoa.
I'm gonna clean the rugs in this bathroom.
Yeah, go ahead. Alright, that's about it. I'd say SPY. Watch for this to squeeze the new Hive Day. That looks good. That's a good looking chart. NVDA staircasing up. Apple with SPY kind of looking like a new Hive Day potential there. Tesla too as well. Tesla's just rolling up the upper VWAP band in the 9 EMA, just rolling up that today over the last, I'd say, hour and a half, hour. So it's been really strong and bullish. I don't imagine that lasts that long. Get back this afternoon. We're gonna do have some little bit of fun. I'll do it with you. I don't know what exactly it's going to entail, but the MTRI. I'm gonna do this for Adrian Mann. Just the Mann's Trader Readiness Inventory. Discover the psychological edge that sets successful traders apart. So we're gonna get into that later. Let's say fuse and watch for BT to 27 resistance. Alright, let's get James back on. I just want to do a little briefing here before you go live for our Power Hour commentary. Yeah. I'm just looking through different chat rooms and stuff. We're all over it. It's kind of a weird, slow day. Figured from that firepower from last the way the week ended, I just thought there'd be no way we don't have some heat on Monday, and we didn't. I mean, I guess you could call it heat. I mean, this is kind of cool to see three, whatever, but it's just nothing sustained today at all. I was expecting a little bit more, even maybe something from the runners that did run. Like, what are we doing back there? Open and closing the door. I know, I see you, Margot.
It's his twin brother. How you're dead. So,
Sweet. Nothing. All right, cool. We're good to go. Good to go. Like I said, team, it's pretty slow at small caps. I thought we'd be a little bit more hot today. Crazy moves. If you can catch a move like the first halt down or the first halt back up now, there's been crazy gaps. So that would be my advice on this play. If you can catch, this is the last time I was around and saw everyone was looking at this. And I know Chef Boy missed it. This is like you go back to last chats up there from earlier. This is where he was trying to get it because I knew there'd be a huge gap down. So imagine getting in right before it halts down. You open up $1.50 pretty much in green, and then you run right. So if you can catch the first halt down, first gap up, first halt up, right? Then try to get it to run. First halt down, crazy. First halt up, crazy. So we're getting those moves. I think that'll slowly end. But if you can catch that first halt back down or that first halt back up, watch for a big gap up. This one's a little bit more sketchy and a little bit harder to read on PBM. But you can have fun with it. I'll put some music on again for you guys. I'll put something a little different on than I had on earlier. Put a little something different on than we had on earlier. Where is that good stuff that's not copyrighted and I can fucking leave on? can't ever find the one I'm always looking for now. I need to I literally need to make a playlist for YouTube. Need to make a playlist history. Because there's one that's like 12 hours long I play that it's like goes through different, but it's no music. And I need to make a list, yeah, I need to make a list. There it is, there it is, there it is, there it is. All right, cool. I'll be back here, team, in just a little bit for Power Hour commentary. All right, back in just a bit. Right now, slow and steady. Got the bounce play earlier here from Fuse. Took profit on the way back on up. Unfortunately, before it got into this area, I left earlier, and it was right after I left it squeezed the new high of day, of course. So whatever, is what it is. I'd say from now on, if you're looking for a trade, Fuse, watch for a bounce at 225, or watch that downtrend break and move back up into the threes. And JLHL, like we talked about, if you can catch that first move back up or the first move back down. So again, the first halt up, going up, first halt back up, big moves. First halt down, right? Big moves. Just be aware that we've only gone into 3 red candles. We haven't had that recently. So even my point being, if you took the short here, you're taking, as soon as this goes into a halt down, as soon as this is halting down, try to get out most of your shares. So you got in here, as soon as this is going into a halt down, try to get out most of your shares, because it may open up and fly right back into a halt up. You're not guaranteed a third red candle there. So just pay attention to that on JLHL. All right, I'll be back in a bit, team. so we're getting this little kind of like W shape overall is, but you can see this U shape could even form a cup and handle. We have three. It's right around 315 where major resistance comes into 320, and then we have this area right around 340 and around 350 we see resistance. Of course, we have the upper shadow 365. So, put this over here. All right, and then support down below. I mean, great bounce play that we waited on this earlier in the day. Old resistance became new support. I know a lot of traders got filled with me on the bounce play here. I wish I would have held a little longer. Ended up being another almost dollar bounce play for us in the end, if we, from top to bottom. But still, overall, great move. Resistance areas, lines are in. Of course, we have the JLHL crazy mover, another Chinese play, if I'm not mistaken, Asian play, Chinese play. Ju Long or Ju Short? That's so funny because it's Ju Long, J-U. Kevin Avery sent me, I think, a tweet out earlier, which I think was hilarious. But are you Ju Long, Ju Short? It's now about done. I don't think it's fully done for the day, but finally a lot of red candles here, and it's floating around that halting. It could have one more spur up, but I think we're still just, I say range bound. It's a big range. 4 or so being the bottoms, and of course 10 to about 11 being the top. The one that was halting earlier in the day and still throughout about lunch over the last hour or two, as well as calm back on down, which would be PBM. Those are really your main runners. Now for large cap tickers, just kind of get rid of PBM. I don't think it's going to do anything for the rest of the day. NVDA had a nice good staircase pattern on the way up earlier today, and boy, oh boy, it just started to crack back its gains. Got really tight into its wedge, started to keel on over, turn out to the right there. Sell off city limits there for NVDA. Tesla as well was at that high of day. Look, it sold off just a little bit here over the last couple hours, about $2 down or so. And of course, then the last one here would be Apple. I said this earlier, kind of had that ascending look like the SPY. This is the only one that did continue to up, broke this little ascending downtrend break right there. Bull flag, went for more. Nice good $3-4 ripper since we last looked at least myself. So Apple, I like it the most. Now, how far down does NVDA go before it gets to bounce? I think that's going to happen. And Tesla. SPY is going to make a move. It always does before the end of the day, so watch for SPY. I would imagine a crack and a sell-off, although it could make its next leg up. It just looks pretty heavy in here and wants to come down. Now, we have this bounce resistance support area where we soaked down to earlier, and you can see right there on my crosshairs at 95.60 or 95.70. If it cracks that, that's where that sell-off really comes more inbound, and we get down sub 695 in my opinion. These would be the top plays on hand. Now, again, I think Fuse does have maybe some Fuse left in it to possibly pop. I'd also watch for after-hours movers as well. I'm going to go live here into the closing bell. Just back to this week with a ton of one-on-ones. Today, luckily, not a lot going on. I did go get my Ethernet cord, so internet's back to rolling and going and better. But I did have to go, get out. It's just been like nonstop. The next couple of days are like that, even into Thursday this week. So finally get the chill down a little bit next week. We're Monday and Tuesday and Thursday. I don't really have anything scheduled so far. It's just a packed Wednesday next week. But otherwise, and we get kind of back into being able to stream live for you guys like I did there for about a month plus or so, where you guys had a lot more of me throughout the day, power hour, after hours, and much needed at that time. I mean, how many times was I streaming live into the closing bell? Absolutely, a ton. Yay, new cable. Shut up. Don't say that, Aussie chick. He's already eyeing it. He's already eyeing it out. He's like, oh, yeah. He's over here sleeping. Look at him, handsome. He's such a good boy. Look at that. Got the double, both of these. Look how spoiled these guys are. Double bed, 2 donut beds, then 1 flat bed that had and then anyways, but it's 2 beds. Look at this. Just absolutely in heaven. Anywho, but yes, just busier today with doing one-on-ones and schedule. Man, NVDA is continuing to crack, so that's what I'm saying. Be careful with that. If anything, go to low of day on NVDA. I think JLHL is done for the day, but NVDA really getting the crackaroonie sauce right here. Really, I would be coming down here for the bounce. I'd be super safe saying, hey, if we see 86.60 again, sure, come on down. You're the next contestant on bounce play city limits. Other than that, leave NVDA alone. Apple, nice good move on up here. I don't think you're going to get a good move for Apple as far as like an entry. It would be more chasing at this point. And then Fuse here, let's see if we get some more continuation over 315, 320. This would be your play. I mean, there's nothing else moving in the small cap sector. And then back to this even earlier. Remember this Aussie chick when I was in earlier? Remember the bounce play? Look how we barely got below that all day long. Absolutely money. Damn. Derek Jeter streaming live. I'm like looking at all these people. Oh, cruise ship live. What's this? 7-level travel. All right. Just walking around. Let's check this out for a minute, team. Here we go. Here we go. Is this really live though? I guess it is live. Yeah, it's a live feed. Okay. Oh, look at this old guy tanning them nitties. Hey, baby, how you doing? Let's take a walk on the cruise ship. Look at this person. Like, what are you filming for? There are a lot of old people on cruises. Okay, not many young people so far. Look at them. Is that girl? You better get going. I'm going live right now. I got to show this boat off. Okay, there's a couple of younger people, but then still back to oldies. They're kind of young. Okay, they're young. He says, I'm live, man, just out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, I think I'm good on this. You know, I don't, no offense, I just don't like it. This just is way too many people in a small area. Me and Avery don't like this, you know, like over and over and over. It's cool if you're going out for like a nightclub, you know, you're going out once and doing it for a couple of hours, 2-3 hours, just non-stop, and then there's just nothing. It's just blue. I mean, I'd rather be at the beach and hear the waves crashing, you know? Like, I don't know, I just can't, I don't see me doing a cruise. Only cruise I'd ever do would be like it was like a, what's that show called? Bachelor? He's so fucking hot. But yeah, these I just don't, I don't find the appeal here for myself. Because I've never really actually got to walk around a cruise, not like this. Like I feel like I'm walking, like I feel like I'm him. All right, keep walking. Yeah, keep showing it off to me. Oh, this isn't live. That was a jump cut. This is a video. This is a video. This isn't live. This is a video. It's a live feed, but it's a video of a live feed. I mean, it's a video of it's a recording. It's a video of a recording. But it's live, but it's a video. So many old people. No offense, old people. There are some young people on it, but that's like, The Bachelor. That's the only way I'd ever do this. If it was like, but I mean, that's way too big for I mean, how many women? Like for 10? Well, I guess they start with 30 women, right? This is like, well, I think this is like the biggest one they have. I saw it's like one of the bigger cruises. I think that's the only way I'd ever could do a cruise. I'm 30-year-old. I'm single. I'm a bachelor. Nothing but hot girls. You know, they're all in their 20s, 30s. You know, a couple cougars in the 40s in there, right? I think that's the only way to distract me from being out in the middle of nowhere. Oh, man, no, things too busy. Yeah, right? Yeah, just, I don't know. It's like a mall slash... It's like, I feel like the places in Vegas. Like you're at a casino resort, but it's just floating around. Just the ass end of the boat. Almost the ass end of the boat, yeah. You can go back and just look at... Yeah, I just... No. Nope. Look at that guy cleaning the glass down there. Ain't no one on the back here. This dude's just chilling. He says, I'm getting away. Can't stand this fucking boat. Oh, damn. Is it going to open? Oh, damn. You got to press a button. I said, you ain't getting back in, bro. You locked out. See, and then this shit happens. Now I'm really freaking out. I'm like fucking pounding the glass at that point. No, y'all fuck. Hey, and luckily there's a guy out there. Like, hey, dude. Hey, I think we're stuck out here, bro. Yelled down at that dude working. They washing their hands? Where's the bat? What is it? Just what? This guy just straight walking everywhere. Show me some food, bro. Can you not show me food? Let's look at this buffet. Let's make it worthwhile that I'm coming onto this damn. Come on, give me food. Yeah, I don't need no oranges. Yeah, I just don't know if I could do a cruise. It's scary. All right, so we're still ranging here, range bound. Man, I'm telling you that we did good with the bounce play earlier. That's what I'm saying, Aussie chick. Stay on the stream. Now that you can probably hear me better. You know, that 5 to 8 window. Let's get some play. Wait for that one play of the day. Practice getting the feels in. Get your one trade in for the day. Journal it. What happened? Why'd you do it? Time, entry, price, shares. Why'd you trade it? Stop loss, target, yada yada yada. Then later in the day, come back, try to get some extra trades in to get used to trading in the system. And then then take another break, and then do some, gotta do some homework at night. Gotta come back, do some charting, go back over your trades. Boy, they got people all over this one, like, because I know I can tell by the way the rides, and like this is one of those bigger, nicer ones. Like, boy, they got people cleaning like all day, every day. Like, I do feel like it's Vegas, where you can just tell all the time there's someone cleaning something somewhere at some point. It's crazy because then you just walk through areas and it's like nobody. Look, and there's just like nobody right here. Look at this. That's pretty right there. I mean, like, again, it feels like you're in Vegas, but now I can maybe do it for a day, probably for like a day. Like, it takes me from like one stop to the other, and then I'm just at that joint, like I'm at the beach, at the whatever, at my resort, and then I can take the boat, this cool ass boat back. And it's just like a day. You get on it at like 10 in the morning, you go out, you're there one night on the boat, you wake up the next morning, you're pretty much almost there. And then same thing on the way back. We'll get up, 10, 9, whatever the boat leaves. You're there, you stay the night, you're back the next morning, you're pretty much back. Whew. Alright, cool. So there's that. A little tour of a boat. There's that there. Some there. I told you, Spy would see some sort of move. There's your power hour move. Little liquidation sweep back on down, back on up again. And I told you, just looked like that M shape was going to be happening right there. And if we crack here, we're going to go down for more. Now, I'm surprised we didn't actually come down and liquidate down to this 94 mark. And this is why I said be careful on NVDA if you're taking a bounce play. Now, again, because of so much movement in the sell-off, I think we do get some sort of bounce. But I'm just going way down here of low of day area. People are trading now. It keeps saying when I go to sell, rejected. This stock is not available to borrow. What? It depends on what you're shorting. You can short large cap plays, right? And what you need to look for is this: if it says HTB, you're not going to be able to short it unless you sign up for the hard to borrow program, which is also stupid. If it says NTB, that means none to borrow, and you definitely can't short it. If it says ETB, which would be like, let's go to NVDA, you'll be able to short large cap tickers and mid cap tickers. So this is what you're looking for on your charting service up top, like on your little chart up top. But yeah, small caps. If you're trying to short a small caps, I'm trying to what I'm going to say. If you're trying to want to sell, so you may not be in the play yet though either. I'm long with fuse entry 290. Huh? And are you sure you're long at 290? Do you have an average entry price? Does it show your entry price and entry share somewhere? Like, make sure you have all that turned on over here. You can turn all this stuff on over here so it shows you 287. I don't know why it wouldn't let you be able to get out. Like, you should be able to, like, but what you're saying is the stock is not available to borrow. That makes it sound like you haven't gotten into the trade. Nice. Yeah, you got some good bounce play. Good long entry. Now, I don't know why it's not letting you sell. Yeah, you should be able. If you're in 100 shares, you should just go over here and press sell. So the only time it ever says that would be, when it's hard to borrow. So let me know if that stays that way there, Miss Aussie Cheek. Because I don't know if there's one today. PDM. I guess you're in. Oh my gosh, PDM. Oh, that's PDM. PMD. Was it PMD? What was the one that was going crazy earlier? What was it? PDM. PMD. No, PBM. PBM. Yeah, that says hard to borrow too. So yeah, that's the only time that it would say that. Usually, generally, boy, that's come all the way down into the 4s. Apple still squeezing. I like that. I said Apple I like. NVIDIA watch for a bounce play. But yeah, you should, again, typically when it says that, Aussie chick, there we go, sold. I had to sell the whole 100 shares. It didn't let me scale out 10 time. That's weird. Huh. We may want to look into that next time we get the charts pulled up. May want to look into that. Like why we can't scale out there. That's weird. Hey, practicing. That's all it takes right there. Got to practice the trades. Well, the lines are definitely set in here. And like I said, I was just trying to go live with you guys into the closing bell. Or not in closing bell, into the top of the hour. I got to get into one-on-one. I just realized what time it was. So watch for this to continue to squeeze. This does have this U-shaped possibility. Again, I'll be sitting right here leading you through anything. I'd watch for Apple. Let's see here. Where's Apple could this land to? Where could Apple land to? Oh, my gosh. Okay, so we're engulfing all the way back up to the highs from the earnings. And if we could stay over this 268.35, 268.50 area, boy, oh, could Apple really get to go in here, huh? Apple, I mean, this could definitely get back up into the 270s for Apple. Imagine that kind of would be a landing point. I don't see how we wouldn't get to the 270s. Could get even a little bit higher. But 270 is going to be some strong resistance when we get into it. So watch for a resistance there. I wouldn't say go to short it there heavily. Yeah, she is bullish, so just be careful. But I would imagine somewhere in the 270, 271 marks you see is a reversal. SPY, if this continues to push back on up into the mid 230s, 296s, I should say, watch for a reversal and a sell-off in the last 5, 10, 15 minutes of the day. We see it almost day in, day out. There's that. If we pop back on up and we're up and up into the closing bell, watch for a sell-off. If we're down, then watch for a pop back on up. So kind of like if this was into the closing bell, we're going down, watch for a move up. Now the fact that we're moving back on up, watch for a possible another sell-off. Levels here for Fuse are set in here, 315, 340, and 365. Again, just going back to past chart history here, you can see there's not a lot of charting to hold this play down. So that's why Fuse is on high watch for me for after hours movement. Good job, though, Aussie Chick, getting some profit. Sure I'm seeing that right. Yeah, I am. Yeah, Fuse just doesn't have a lot of charting to hold it down. Sweet. Rue. Sleepy girl. It's a sweet girl. Ingrid, good Aussie chick. I'm heading out, team, for now. I'll be around again. I got the one-on-one this afternoon coming up here. Fuse is your only one to watch. Watch for a possible new after-hour run. Watch also for a new potential runner in after hours as well. Hang on, I'm still in. I'll figure it out. Oh, you're still in. Yeah, I mean, you should be able to have that's why I always have my average entry price right here, and then the shares sometimes beside it. You can have you can customize this and put position size or whatever, so that you know how many shares you're still in. And that's the two I usually would ever have as position and average price over here, so I can see how much I'm in and how big I'm still in, whatever, what my average price is and how much I'm still in the play. Yep, and the flatten button for sure. That should take you straight on out, 100%. That's another one. That's why I said next time we'll do this. We'll do this so that way you can kind of roll. I want to see you, and that's why I say the more you do this, the better you're going to get used to it and learn how to use the machine you're using, so to speak, over there. I like it. Good job there, Aussie chick. Though at least this is what I was talking about. Got to get the trades in. Take the trades. Not like a ton, but it's got to get used to the system. Got to get used to think or swim. Got to get used to the only way you can, honestly, is you got to get out there and trade. Trade. I can always flatten. You can flatten. You can flatten that button all you want to. 11818. It's today's average view time. 1 hour and 18 minutes and 18 seconds. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, now it's 1 hour and 18 minutes and 20 seconds. So we all just slowly keep on moving her up. I'm going to this 5 minute. Go to 5 minute. Go to 5 minute. Go to 5 minute. Boom. All right. I'm going to go ahead. I got to get out of here, team. I'll be around if you need anything. Aussie chick. You're good on the trade. I don't think she comes down. Your entry here is really good too. So, that's right on my line. Or the VWAP I should say, and then my line that supports kind of below it. Although we've gone below that today, so it just seems like she's gonna pop and squeeze. So, I would be 100% looking for that big time. All right, I will be looking for after hours movers here. I'll see what Stock Rocks has to offer. Of course, is in what we have in about 15 minutes. I would imagine we get 1 or 2 new runners. I would be surprised if we didn't. Being that anything that pops up, traders haven't seen much today, so I'll bet it spikes. Does it hold? Is going to be the question. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate. Oh yeah, like I said, the next time when we do the one-on-one, let's get heavy into that. And that should be the thing. Like I gotta want to school. I want to make sure I'm getting all the so do all the homework, Monday, blah, 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 every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you know what I mean? So I want to see you next. But we'll do this, and we'll just get as many trades as we can in so we can work out all the kinks. Got to get the kinkage out. The kinkage. No shrinkage. And no kinkage. Those things are bad mojos. All right, team, I'll see you back here in the morning. Same time, same place as always. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled night. We'll see what tomorrow has to offer. Today was not that great, but tomorrow's always a new day. Dinklage, though. That's a good one. What's his first name? No. What's his name? Dinklage. The actor. What's his name? Peter Dinklage. And this guy, if you all seen him in a movie or TV show or something. Oh, it's Peter Dinklage. That's his name. See you guys in the morning. Again, if something goes crazy in the after hours, I doubt anything does today. I'll jump back on the mic. But yes, which I have. We've seen it in the past. I don't think it's happening today. We've had crazy fun last week where I was even heading into the closing bell, alerting for you guys, and even trading last week, which was nuts, and the week before that. So this week, or at least Monday, the start of it, rather slow. We'll see what we have to offer in after hours and tomorrow. Y'all have a good one. Bless his heart. Oh, yeah, I love Peter. Who doesn't love Peter Dinklage? I love the guy. I mean, a lot of good movies he's been in, for sure. So, gotta love that guy. That little guy. See you guys in the morning.
held up pretty well. So I think if I was a small cap trader exclusively, I would be looking at this come 7, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. That said, not my cup of tea.
All right, 1 minute left. We'll flip it over.
Hey, Josh Smith here with 4 areas and what to be looking for in chart. Going along in a bounce play. When I say resistance and where traders are sitting here. Bounce area here, and you get of resist here to here. Watch for a bounce play is what I'd be saying. And look, when you see these first of a double bounce play down here, and here's V for bounce play long and B up. And when that chart and that volume profile shows in certain areas, then find those areas that are resistance up top where
they can handle getting messed with a little bit, getting, they can take the time. They're not going to sell. They're not going to sell if they're down a little bit on their first nibble. They're waiting to kind of set the floor almost. So like it's a very different game than if you're buying a monthly option, and you're like, all right, this is going to be the time when it turns around, right? I saw a big block order. It's like, all right,
Yeah.
you gotta have a little bit more than that to work off of. So yeah, Palantir here. It's an interesting look. I'd like to see this. I'd like to see this hold and continue to push higher. But like you said, maybe a little bit of a pullback. Like you also said, I don't think it spends much time under 150. If it does work its way back down there, in general, I think that the path of least resistance should be up into that 166 to 70 area, and then I think it's the real decision time. So I would kind of like a little bit push down in the morning, then continuation after the initial kind of mini flush, as people kind of reaccumulate after the push up and say, hey, I think this name goes up to the same zone that I'm looking at. So in general, a lot worse earnings reactions you could have, like Microsoft's, for example. That one's not fun. Meta doing pretty good. I'd say they're probably the winners of this earnings season so far. And how are you feeling looking forward here on the rest of the earnings week? I'll pull up a calendar here, but I know we have Amazon and Google as the two biggest ones.
Oh yeah. No, we got a great week ahead. I mean, this is kind of like the like the big week for earnings as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Of the whole thing. But and also big shout out just while we got the chance here to the guys in chat there, Night Guard, Callie Pepper, thanks for being here. We see you all the time, and Kevin Avery in the chat, and Josh Smith in the chat there. How's it going, buddies?
Welcome, guys. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, and especially, with and I'm going to put a shameless shout out there for our earnings challenge that's going on with Trade the Pool. Be sure to make sure that you're registering for that and everything.
Axon, INLF. HCAI.
TER Teradyne out now, $1.80. The estimate is $1.35 for Tango
HCAI.
Echo Romeo.
Watch the
TER.
spread.
HCAI.
Watch the spread.
HCAI. HCAI. AMDL.
Roma.
HCAI. 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 HCAI.
Watch the spread.
AMDL.
Check. All right, you guys can watch this too as well if you want to. Let's go to boom, bam, boom. All right, so then I'll go. I need to go. I guess I could have just done this on one OBS. I didn't have to have both of them up, huh? I could close this one down and just run it over the other one and record it so you guys can watch it. There we go. All right, cool. Let's do this real quickly. So then we'll go start recording. All right, we'll edit this myself. All right, I get asked this quite a bit. How are you finding your runners? Josh, AK47, what are you doing to find your runners here? So again, don't forget, subscribe, follow me, click down below, like this video, smash the like, smash the follow. Let's listen, though, how we find our runners. All right, here's how we do it. So I love Trade the Pool. Why do I love using Trade the Pool? Because not only do they have they're a great system for a prop firm for young traders to come over. Of course, for me, I'm at shorter because there's no locate fees. They have their own gainers and losers list. So that's what I'm looking at every single day. Now, yes, I'll go over and I'll use some trade ideas. I love using trade ideas, and that's all I'm using these different scanners here across the board. So the Momo scanner is huge. The Gap Up scanner is huge. You know, what's running here in after hours and post market's huge for me. So I'm using a bevy of scanners, but really the two that I come back to are what's the top gainers on the day. I want to know what those are, because then I can immediately just click on it here, right? And I'll show you here in a second here on trade ideas, or on, I should say on trade the pool. I think I have this linked as purple. Boom, I can just click DKI. And then do I like it or do I not like it? And I immediately go, is there a trade to be had, right? FUSC, this is the number, you know, another top gainer on the day today. Is it worth trading or not? Is there something there? Which there was. I liked it. Old resistance became new support, right? So that's huge for me. Excuse me, is the top gainers board. Top gainers board, top gainers board. And on top of that, then forming a watch list so that I can just go through the watch list, because then maybe there's something that's running up. Like last week, Mr. No was one of those plays. I don't think it's running today. I don't even know where it's at here probably. But it was barely even on the board. Then last week, I think it was Thursday or it was Tuesday of last week. And we'll go back here a few days here so we can go back in time. Or maybe it was Thursday. Yeah, it was Thursday, right here. I was going live on Trade the Pool, and even Kevin Avery was like, is that what's Mr. Noah you're doing on your scanner? Pops up, and then pops up again, then really squeezes here in after hours. Look at this run. On my scanners, because it was a former runner in the last month or two, and we go from 85 cents all the way up to $4. So that's why it's always key to keep these past chart history runners and a watch list. So there's two things I'm usually using. The first thing, and always, is going to be this, right chia. What's the top gainers board on the day? I want to know what the top gainers board on the day is. What's the top stocks? Why are they moving? And I can just click on them. Same thing. Then I build a watch list. So I go back and forth between the two of what's my top gainers on the day here. I really want to know what those are so I can then just click on them, immediately pull up the chart and start charting right away. And then when the day moves on, I add these top gainers over to the watch list. So then I don't need these anymore typically. That's when I go back every once in a while, check on the top gainers board. Is there something new I'm not seeing? And then also having trade ideas is huge. Having trade ideas and using their scanners throughout the day, the combo of those two things is huge in my opinion. So watch list in the morning combined with your top gainers board. That's what I'm doing every day in pre-market. I'm coming in right around 2 hours, 2.5 hours, hour and a half for the opening bell. What's the top gainer board? Then I click on those charts and start charting them and breaking them down to see, do I like is there a trade to be had? Then I slowly but surely add those to the watch list. So then as the day goes on, I really just use my watch list because I know that's most likely what's going to be moving for the day. And every once in a while, going back over to trade ideas here and see if there's anything on the scanners that I haven't seen. Another tool to have is having a great chat room, whether it's Trade the Pool, my own, or other ones out there, where you have a community in a Discord like myself, where you're not missing a play, where whether I'm not on it, someone in that community is on that play. So combining those things together. A watch list that you're always going back to. B, what's the top gainers on the day? And when you find charts that you like, adding those over to the watch list. And then maybe some back burner plays. Okay, it's not doing anything now, but it's up on the day. I want to keep my eye on this later. And then after that, what's going on trade ideas or something maybe midday I'm using, an hour, 2 or 3 hours in. Good to have these little scanners to just go back and check. And then lastly, having a good community. So where if you're missing something, someone in that community will not be missing it. That's how I find my runners each and every day. A very simple system. Watch list, top gainers board, scan the scanners every once in a while, have a good chat room community. If you have those things, there's no way you won't find the top gainer and movers in the small cap world. Oh, there we go. Got that recorded for you guys. Just was doing that real quickly since I had a little time to do a little lesson right there for you guys. So let's get a little lesson in, right? All right. I'm going to put some music on right now after I get that edited up. And then hopefully you guys enjoyed that if you did catch the lesson there. Oh, we do have our after hours runners there. FIEE, and FAT, and Fatten, which was just running last week. And we do have FIE, 2 F plays running, baby. 2 F plays running, baby. All right, I'll see you guys back here in just a little bit. If there's anything running and going crazy, I'll put the levels out there real quickly for FIEE. Let's do that. Where is my boop? Bam. Awesome. We'll create a watch list. Yep. Well, it's huge. I'm telling you, create a watch list. That's something you want to come back to every day. Every once in a while there'll be new ones popping up. You're adding it to it, and then it's going to get a big watch list. They're overall, which I'll do eventually. I'll go back through about 10 days. About, I would say, every 100 days or so. I'll go through them however often. I haven't seen this in a month or two. There's no point to keep. You know what I mean? But it doesn't matter because you can just build it up, and there are going to be places that you go back to. I remember this, and I remember. So it's good to have a watch list. Don't have it big at first like mine. Just keep it tight and small, 3, 4, 5 tickers, right? And then maybe slowly add to it, and the ones that you like the most. Don't add the crazy runners like the ELPW, not yourself anyway. But putting in a watch list is huge. Then you got to go to the top gainers board. What's the top gainers on the day? Go chart them. See if there's something there that you like to chart. And that you're doing the same thing with the watch list. Every day, that's what I'm doing when I first come in. I'm going, what are the new top gainers? I want to see those. I'm going to chart those first. Then I'm going back to the watch list and the back burners on what could also pop. And then we get in the market. And then I'm watching every once in a while. I go scan the scanners, right? And then go to the Hive Day board and see if there's something that's popping back up and moving up the list that I didn't see, or from earlier that I'm not looking at now. And so you're just going back through and of course then having a chat room like mine. So you just have that, and there's no way you're going to miss something. Watch list, top gainer board, scan the scanners every once in a while, and have a chat room. You do those things, Mamma Mia, chef kisses. All right, let me get that edited so I can post it real quickly. All right. All right, we'll edit this myself. All right, I get asked this quite a bit. How are you finding? All right, I get asked this quite a bit. How are you finding your runners? Josh, AK47, what are you doing to find your runners here? So again, don't forget, subscribe, follow me, click down below, like this video, smash the like, smash the follow. Let's listen though. Follow me, click down below, like. All right, I get asked this quite a bit. How I get asked. All right, I get asked this quite a bit. How are you finding your runners, Josh? All right, I get asked this quite a bit. How are you finding your runners, Josh? AK-47. What are you doing to find your runners here? So again, don't forget, subscribe, follow me, click down below, like this video. Like this video. Follow me, click down below, like this video, smash down below, like this video, smash the like, smash the follow. Let's listen though how we let's listen though how we find our runners. All right. Here in team, I got 7. What are you doing to find your runners here? So again, don't forget, subscribe, follow me, click down below, like this video, smash the like, smash the follow.
sit till end of night.
share. You gotta send me. You gotta send me. You gotta send me. gotta send them. You gotta send them. You gotta send them.
Mm.